Welcome, dear friends, to a peaceful journey of dreams and imagination. Here in this tranquil space, you can enjoy our stories ad-free on Patreon, allowing your mind to wander without interruption. As you settle in, cozy up and let the gentle narration carry you away into whimsical worlds where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Leave your worries behind and embrace this moment of calm. Let your imagination drift freely, and together we'll explore the enchanting tales that await. Story 1. Story 2. Story 3. Story 4. Story 5. Story 6. Story 7. Story 7. In a quiet corner of a little house nestled between whispering pines, there lived a boy named Leo. His home was a place of soft edges and gentle sounds, where the floorboards creaked like sleepy crickets and the curtains sighed with every breath of wind. On evenings when the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Leo would often find himself drawn to the attic, a realm of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight and secrets waiting to be found. One such evening, as rain tapped a lullaby on the roof, Leo climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. The air smelled of cedar and forgotten stories. In the far corner, behind a trunk draped with a quilt stitched by his great-grandmother, he discovered a small wooden box. It was no larger than his hand, carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. When he lifted the lid, a soft melody began to play, tinkling like ice crystals in a winter sun. This was no ordinary music box. As the notes spilled into the air, they seemed to weave shapes, faint, shimmering images of a path through a forest Leo had never seen. Hesitant but curious, Leo reached out a finger to trace the glowing notes. At his touch, the attic seemed to melt away, and he found himself standing at the edge of a twilight wood. The music box rested in his palm, still playing its gentle tune. This was not a journey of miles, but one of heartbeats and bravery, a quest to unlock the box's final secret, which could only be revealed by facing his own fear of the unknown. The path before him was carpeted with moss that muffled his steps, and the trees arched overhead like protective arms. Fireflies blinked in the deepening blue, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed softly, as if calling him forward. Leo's courage felt as fragile as a cobweb, but he took a step, then another, guided by the music. Before long, he encountered his first helper, a badger named Barnaby, who was busily organizing a collection of acorns by size and shine. Barnaby had a voice like gravel being gently shifted, and he spoke in precise, measured sentences. "Ah," he said without looking up. "You've come for the whispering key, I presume. It's been misplaced for an age. Terribly inconvenient." Barnaby explained that the music box held a song of healing, but it could not be completed without the key, which had been lost to fear. Leo's challenge was not to find the key in some far-off land, but to learn the patience to listen for its whisper. As they walked, Barnaby pointed out clues, a leaf that trembled in a particular way, a stone that hummed when the music box played a certain note. But Leo, eager to finish, rushed ahead, missing the subtle signs. It was then they met Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of autumn oak leaves. Pip's voice was a cheerful twitter, and she had a habit of finishing others' sentences. "Oh, you're going too fast," she chirped. "The key isn't in a hurry, no siree. It's in the quiet moments, like when you watch a spider spin her web, patiently, patiently." With Pip flitting beside him, Leo tried to slow down. He noticed how the air tasted of damp earth, and how the distant bell grew clearer when he breathed deeply. Yet, frustration nibbled at him. The path seemed to loop back on itself, and the shadows lengthened. Just as doubt began to cloud his heart, a soft purr rumbled from a hollow log. Out stepped a cat with fur as silver as moonlight. Her name was Seraphina, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless starry nights. Her voice was a low, soothing hum. "Courage, little one," she said, "is not the absence of fear, but the kindness we show ourselves when we are afraid. Sit with me a while." Serafina led Leo to a cozy clearing where mushrooms glowed with a soft light, and the ground was cushioned with pine needles. Here the sound of the forest wrapped around them like a warm blanket, the rustle of leaves, the purr of the cat, the steady rhythm of Leo's own breathing. Serafina taught him that the whispering key responded to gentleness, not force. "When you are still," she murmured, "you will hear what the world is trying to tell you." Leo closed his eyes, letting the music box's melody blend with the forest's whispers. He thought of the attic, of rainy evenings, and the love stitched into that old quilt. He remembered times he had been patient, waiting for a seedling to sprout or for his grandmother's stories to unfold. In that moment of quiet kindness to himself, a faint tinkling sound emerged from under a nearby fern, not from the box, but from the air itself. It was the whispering key, shimmering into being, a tiny, crystalline thing that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. With the key in hand, Leo returned to the music box. As he turned it, the melody swelled into a complete song, and the shimmering path solidified into a bridge of light leading back to the attic. The forest faded, but its peace remained. Leo found himself once more surrounded by trunks and treasures, the music box now silent but warm in his grasp. He realized the journey had been within him all along, a map of his own courage, drawn with patience and kindness. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the attic felt more like a sanctuary than ever. The rain had softened to a drizzle, and the fireflies outside his window seemed to wink in approval. He knew that ordinary places held extraordinary magic for those brave enough to listen, and that the gentlest adventures often leave the deepest marks. And in the quiet of the night, the distant bell chimed once more, a sweet promise that courage, like a cozy room, is always there to welcome you home. Story 8. Story 8. Story 9. Story 9. Story 10. Story 10. The fire crackled, its light dancing on the walls like the ghosts of old memories, casting long shadows that seemed to breathe with stories untold. Outside, the wind whispered through the ancient oak tree, a sound that had comforted generations in this very house. It was on such an evening, with the scent of cedar smoke and baking apples in the air, that a young woman named Anya found herself drawn to the attic. Anya had always felt a quiet pull toward the past, a faint echo in her blood that grew louder when she visited her grandmother's old home. This visit was different. Her grandmother had passed the previous winter, and the house now belonged to Anya's mother, who spoke of selling it. But first, the attic needed clearing. The stairs groaned under her weight, a familiar, mournful sound. The air up there was still and thick with the smell of old paper and dried lavender. In the corner, beneath a dust-covered window that faced the rising moon, sat a small, forgotten trunk made of dark wood, bound with tarnished brass. Carved into its lid was a pattern of intertwining roots and a single, seven-pointed star. Her grandmother's voice, soft as thistledown, seemed to drift up the stairs with the scent of apples. "Roots remember, little one. Even when the branches forget," it was a phrase she'd murmured often, a lullaby of sorts, when tucking Anya into bed in the room just below. With careful hands, Anya lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of yellowed tissue paper, lay an object that made her breath catch. It was a celestial music box, no larger than her two hands put together. Its dome was made of deep blue glass, painted with constellations she didn't recognize, and its base was inlaid with mother-of-pearl that formed the same Rutan star pattern from the trunk. Wound around it was a delicate silver key. She lifted it out, feeling the cool, smooth weight of it. Gently, she turned the key. It resisted at first, then gave way with a soft, metallic sigh. As she lifted the lid, a tiny, perfect mechanism began to spin, and a melody, achingly familiar yet entirely new, tinkled into the silent attic. It was a simple tune, built on a repeating, hypnotic sequence of 5 notes, like a question asked over and over. And as it played, the painted stars on the dome seemed to shimmer, as if seen through moving water. That night, curled under a quilt her grandmother had stitched, Anya fell asleep to the phantom sound of that melody. And she dreamed. She was standing in a vast, silent forest under a sky ablaze with stars she'd never seen, sharper and brighter than any in her world. The air smelled of pine and cold stone. A figure emerged from the shadows between the trees, a woman with long, silver hair braided with dried flowers and eyes the color of the twilight sky. She wore simple, homespun wool and held a lantern that cast no light, but seemed to contain a tiny, swirling galaxy. "You found the song," the woman said, her voice the rustle of leaves. "I am Leora. I have been waiting." "Waiting for what?" Anya asked, her own voice a whisper. "For you to listen," Leora replied. She lifted her lantern, and the stars within it shifted, forming a new constellation. Every family has a sky of its own, a map of stories. Our story begins with a loss. And as the strange stars swirled, a new scene unfolded around Anya. She was no longer in the forest, but on the deck of a ship, the salt spray stinging her eyes. A young man, his face etched with determination and sorrow, clutched a small, blank book to his chest. Leora's voice was a narration on the wind. "This is Kalan, my son. Our home was lost to a great sorrow, a misunderstanding that turned kin against kin. He carries with him only the clothes on his back, the strength in his hands, and the memory of a lullaby his grandmother sang to him. Roots remember," she would tell him, "even when the branches forget he is sailing toward a new land, carrying the seed of our story." Anya watched as Kalan landed on a rugged, unfamiliar shore. He built a small stone cottage at the edge of a forest, near a mighty oak. He was lonely, the weight of the old world heavy upon him. But he remembered the lullaby. He would hum it while chopping wood, while planting his first garden. He missed the constellations of his homeland, so on clear nights he would sit by his fire and, using a sharp stone, begin to scratch new patterns onto a flat piece of slate, patterns inspired by the stars above him and the melody in his heart. Leora's voice returned, gentle. He could not bring the old sky with him, so he began to chart a new one. He learned the language of the wind here, the songs of the birds. He found friendship with the people who already lived on this land, sharing his knowledge of the soil and learning theirs. The regret for what was lost never left him, but it was soothed by what he was building. The dream shifted again. Anya was now in a warm, candlelit room. A young woman with Kalan's determined eyes was bent over a workbench. She was Kalan's granddaughter, Alara. On the bench before her were pieces of dark wood, bits of mother-of-pearl, and a complex arrangement of tiny brass gears. Alara felt the music in her bones, Leora whispered. She was a maker of beautiful things. She took her grandfather's scratched slate, his new constellations, and his beloved, repeating lullaby, and she poured them all into a creation. She wanted to make a vessel for the memory, so that the roots would never be forgotten, even as the family tree grew new branches. Anya watched as Alara's skilled hands assembled the music box. She painted the blue glass dome with the constellations from the slate. She inlaid the Rutan star pattern on the base. And she built the delicate mechanism that would play the 5-note lullaby, a tune that was now 3 generations old. But Leora's voice held a tinge of sadness. Alara was quiet and her brother was loud. He thought such things were frivolous. He wanted to build a legacy of commerce, of brick and mortar. He could not hear the music. A distance grew between them, a silence as deep as the forest. Before she could explain the meaning of the box, before she could teach him the song, she fell ill. The music box was placed in the trunk. And the key was wound tight, the story was put to sleep. The dream began to fade, the image of Alara's sorrowful face softening into mist. Leora stood before Anya once more, her starlit lantern glowing softly. "The heirloom is not the memory itself, child," she said. It is only the doorway. The true heritage lives in the doing, in the planting of a seed, in the mending of a fence, in the humming of a tune to comfort a frightened child. Your grandmother knew this. She hummed the song to you, though she never knew the box existed. She felt the roots in her blood. Anya woke with a start. The first light of dawn was filtering through her window. The phantom melody was gone, replaced by the chirping of sparrows. But the dream felt more real than the room around her. She knew what she had to do. She didn't go back to the attic. Instead, she went to the kitchen, where her mother was already sipping tea, looking tired and sad, surrounded by paperwork about the sale of the house. "Mom," Anya said softly, "do you remember that little tune Grandma used to hum? It went like this." Anya closed her eyes and hummed the 5-note sequence from the music box. Her mother's eyes widened. A slow smile, the first genuine one Anya had seen in weeks, touched her lips. "Of course I do," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "She hummed it when she was rocking you to sleep. She said it was an old family thing. I'd forgotten it until just now." Then hesitantly her mother began to hum it too, her voice a lower, warmer harmony to Anya's. In that shared melody, the silence between them, the stress of the funeral, the disagreements over the house, began to dissolve. It was a simple action, a breath given to a forgotten tune, but it felt monumental. Later, Anya brought her mother to the attic and showed her the music box. As its gentle tune filled the space, Anya told her the stories from her dream, of Kaylan's journey, of Alara's creation, of the quiet regret between siblings. She didn't present it as a mystical vision, but as a feeling, a knowing that had settled in her heart. Tears welled in her mother's eyes. "I always felt there was a sadness in this house," she whispered. "A story half told, but this makes sense." She reached out and touched the music box, her finger tracing the root pattern. "It wasn't about the house, was it? Or this beautiful object. It was about this." She hummed the lullaby again. It was about not letting the silence win. Together, mother and daughter decided not to sell the house. They would keep it, a place for the family to gather, a home where new stories could be woven into the old. They spent the afternoon in the garden, planting bulbs for the spring, their hands deep in the cool earth, the legacy of Kaylan's first garden alive in the simple, nurturing action. That evening they sat by the fire, the celestial music box on the mantelpiece, its silent dome reflecting the dancing flames. Anya's mother brought out an old photo album, and she began to tell stories Anya had never heard, funny tales of her own childhood, tender stories of her parents' courtship. The stories nestled within the older story, like dolls within dolls, each one a star in their family's constellation. As the fire burned low, Anya understood. The heirloom had been a key, but it had only unlocked a door she and her mother had to walk through together. The true inheritance was not the box itself, but the willingness to listen for the melody beneath the silence, to tend the garden, to mend the bond. It was the choice to remember, and in remembering, to heal. She looked at the music box, and for a moment, in the play of firelight on blue glass, she thought she saw the painted stars twinkle. A deep, profound peace settled over her. The roots remembered. And now, so did the branches. Outside, the wind whispered through the oak tree, carrying the old, comforting phrase on its breath, a lullaby for the house, for the family, for the night itself. Roots remember, little one, even when the branches forget. And in the warm, firelit silence, it seemed that finally, after so long, the branches were listening. Story 11. Story 11. Story 12. Story 12. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing across the room in warm, shifting patterns. Outside, the world was hushed under a blanket of stars, and in the quiet, a story begins to stir, one of quiet change and the gentle unfolding of a soul. In a village nestled in a valley where the morning mist clung to the hills like a soft, gray shawl, there lived a young woman named Anya. She was quiet, the kind of quiet that made little sound and took up little space, as if she were afraid of disturbing the air around her. Her footsteps were light, her voice a murmur, and she often felt like a sketch of a person, waiting for the colors to be filled in. The most noticeable thing about her was a faint, pearlescent shimmer that sometimes clung to her skin in certain lights, a soft glow that she tried to hide beneath long sleeves. Anya lived in a small cottage at the edge of the village, where her garden was a patch of earth as hesitant as she was. The soil was good, rich and dark, but the plants that grew there were sparse and timid. They would sprout but rarely bloom, as if they were waiting for a permission that never came. Her days were simple and quiet. She would tend to her shy plants, walk the forest paths, and return home as the sun dipped below the hills. But a deep, quiet longing stirred within her, a feeling that she was a seed herself, buried deep, unsure of what she was meant to become. One evening, as a soft, silver rain began to fall, Anya noticed something new in her garden. Where there had been only bare earth, a single, peculiar plant had emerged. It had leaves the color of twilight, and at its center held a tightly closed bud that seemed to be woven from moonlight and shadow. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. As she knelt beside it, a strange sense of kinship washed over her. It, too, seemed to be waiting. The next morning, an elderly woman was standing at her garden gate. She was not tall, but she carried herself with a quiet grace that made her seem to belong to the very landscape. Her hair was the white of dandelion clocks, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of a forest pool. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who appreciated quiet gardens. "Yours has a listening quality to it," Alara said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "It is waiting for a song it has not yet heard." Anya, surprised by the stranger's insight, invited her in. Alara did not offer loud advice or quick solutions. Instead, she sat on an old wooden bench and simply observed. She pointed to a patch of soil where a particularly stubborn seedling had refused to grow. "It thinks the sun is too bright," she murmured. "It fears its own leaves will be too much for the world." Anya looked at the seedling, then at her own hands. She understood that fear. This was the first small victory. Not a change in the garden, but a shift in her understanding. She began to see her garden not as a failure, but as a reflection. That afternoon, she sat by the stubborn seedling and simply whispered to it, "The world needs your green." It was a small thing, a breath of encouragement. The next day, the seedling had unfurled its first true leaves, a vibrant, courageous green. Alara began to visit regularly, always appearing when the light was softest, at dawn or dusk. She never told Anya what to do, but she asked gentle questions. "What does the soil feel like today?" Or, "What color would you like to see by the stone path?" Under this gentle guidance, Anya began to tend her garden with a new kind of attention. She didn't just water the plants, she spoke to them. She confessed her own fears, of being seen, of being too different, of the strange shimmer on her skin that she couldn't explain. As she spoke these quiet truths aloud, something magical began to happen. The plants began to respond not to water and sun alone, but to her heart. A rose bush that had been thorny and closed burst into blossoms the color of deep gratitude when Anya spent an afternoon remembering a kindness shown to her. A patch of lavender began to glow with a soft, violet light when she finally admitted she found peace in the solitude of the evening. The garden was becoming a map of her inner world, blooming with the colors of her emotions. And Anya herself was changing. The pearlescent shimmer on her skin grew brighter, especially when she felt a spark of joy or a moment of clarity. She noticed that when she felt confident, it shone with a warm, golden light, and when she was thoughtful, it softened to a cool, silvery blue. It was not a curse or an oddity, but a barometer of her soul. She began to wear shorter sleeves, no longer hiding the gentle light. One day, Alara led her to the peculiar plant with the moonlit bud. This, Alara said, is a heartsease. It does not grow from a seed, but from a question planted deep in the soul. It will only open when the question is answered. Anya looked at the tightly wrapped bud. "What is the question?" she asked. "That," Alara said with a soft smile, "is for you to discover." The search for the question became Anya's great work. She tended the heartsease with immense care, but it remained closed. She experienced setbacks. A frosty night made her fear she had lost everything, and the garden dimmed. But Alara was there the next morning, showing her how the frost had actually made the soil richer. "Some changes feel like an ending," she said, "but they are only the earth turning over, making room for new roots." Anya learned to accept these moments, to see them not as failures but as part of the cycle. Her patience grew. She began to feel less like a hesitant sketch and more like a painting in progress, each stroke of experience adding depth and color. The final clue came not in a grand revelation, but in a moment of quiet contentment. Anya was weaving a garland of the glowing lavender and the gratitude roses for Alara. She wasn't thinking about questions or answers. She was simply enjoying the act of creating something beautiful for a friend. She felt a profound sense of peace, a feeling that she was exactly where she was meant to be, exactly as she was. As she finished the garland, a soft chime like a distant bell echoed through the garden. She turned to the heartsease. The moonlit bud was slowly, gracefully beginning to unfurl. It was not a quick explosion, but a patient revelation, each petal peeling back like the layers of a secret. From the center of the bloom emerged not a scent, but a soft, warm light that pulsed in time with her own heartbeat. And in that light she understood the question the plant had held: who are you when no one is watching? She had answered it simply by living. By tending her garden, by accepting her shimmering skin, by finding friendship, by being kind to herself. She was the quiet caretaker, the patient listener, the one whose inner light could make colors bloom. As the heartsease opened fully, a transformation swept through the garden and through Anya. The garden erupted in a symphony of color and light that had nothing to do with the season. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, trees shimmered with leaves of silver and gold, and the air hummed with a gentle, magical energy. And Anya felt a similar unfurling within herself. The pearlescent shimmer that had once been faint now enveloped her in a soft, radiant aura. She didn't just glow, she shone with a light that was uniquely hers, a blend of all the colors her heart had learned to feel. She had emerged from her cocoon of hesitation, not as a completely different creature, but as a more complete version of herself. She looked for Alara to share the moment, but the bench was empty. In the place where her mentor always sat, a new plant had sprung from the earth overnight. It had silvery leaves and a single star-shaped flower that held the same deep, knowing calm as Alara's eyes. Anya understood. Her mentor had been a guide for a season, and now her wisdom had taken root in the garden itself. The story does not end with Anya's transformation, for a true metamorphosis is not an ending, but a beginning. She did not leave her cottage or her garden. Instead, she opened its gate wider. The children of the village, drawn by the magical lights, would come to listen to her stories. People who felt a little lost or unsure would find their way to her garden, and just by sitting in its peace, they would feel their own hearts quiet. Anya learned that her purpose was not to have all the answers, but to tend the space where questions could safely unfold. She became a gentle guardian of change, a living reminder that we are all like seeds, containing vast potential within our small, quiet shells. We all have our own seasons of rooting, of waiting in the dark, and of finally reaching for the sun. And on quiet nights when the moon was high, the shimmering light from her cottage would mingle with the starlight, a soft beacon for anyone who needed to remember that even the most gentle metamorphosis is a powerful, beautiful magic. The cocoon is not a prison, it is a promise. The seed is not dormant, it is dreaming. And every ending is simply the world making room for a new, more wonderful beginning. Story 13. Story 13. In a quiet corner of a sleepy village, where the houses nestled together like contented kittens, there stood a cottage with a roof that sloped gently toward the ground. Its windows gleamed with the soft light of oil lamps, and from its chimney, a wisp of smoke curled into the evening sky like a lazy question mark. Inside, by the hearth where flames danced and crackled with a sound like gently crumbling parchment, lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of autumn walnuts and a heart that listened more than it spoke. One afternoon, as rain tapped a soothing rhythm on the roof, Leo's grandmother asked him to fetch an old quilt from the attic. "It's folded in the cedar trunk near the window," she said, her voice as warm as the tea steaming in her cup. Leo nodded, taking the brass key that hung by the kitchen door. The attic was a place he visited rarely, for it was filled with shadows and memories, but today, with the rain murmuring outside, it felt like a cocoon of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The stairs creaked under his feet, each step a soft groan of protest. At the top, Leo pushed open the door and was greeted by the scent of dried lavender and aged wood. Dust motes danced in the slants of gray light filtering through a round window. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, stacks of books with leather spines, a rocking horse with one ear chipped, and trunks lined up like silent guardians. In the corner, just as his grandmother had said, sat the cedar trunk, its wood dark with age. Leo lifted the lid, which opened with a whispery sigh. Inside, folded neatly, was the quilt, patched with squares of faded calico. But nestled beside it, wrapped in a piece of velvet as soft as a moth's wing, was a small object he had never seen before. It was a music box no larger than his palm, carved from pale wood, with delicate patterns of ivy trailing around its edges. Curious, Leo lifted it. The wood felt smooth and cool, and when he turned the tiny key protruding from its side, a melody began to play, a tune like distant bells ringing through a forest, clear and sweet. As the music filled the attic, something extraordinary happened. The dust motes seemed to glow with a gentle light, and from the shadows near the window, a soft purring sound emerged. A cat stepped into the light, its fur the color of smoke, with eyes like emeralds. Leo knew this cat. It was Whiskers, the village mouser who often dozed on their porch. But now Whiskers sat upright and spoke in a voice that rumbled like a contented fireplace. "That tune," Whiskers said, tilting his head. "I haven't heard it in an age. It's the melody of the lost heart, they say, a song that guides those who are brave enough to listen." Leo's eyes widened, but he felt no fear, only a thrill of wonder. "What does it mean?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Whiskers purred again, a sound that blended with the music. "It means you've been chosen for a journey, little one, not a journey of miles, but of courage. The music box holds a secret. It can mend what is broken, but only if you learn to hear its true song." Just then the music box's melody faltered, and the notes grew faint. Leo noticed that one of the tiny gears inside was tarnished and still. "It's broken," he said, disappointment weighing his words. "Not broken," Whiskers replied, blinking slowly. "Just waiting. To fix it, you'll need patience and a kind heart, but you won't have to do it alone." The cat gestured with his tail toward the attic window, where the rain had softened to a drizzle. "First, we must visit Old Man Hemlock. He tends the garden below and knows the language of growing things. He might help us understand the music box's needs." With the music box cradled carefully in his hands, Leo followed Whiskers down the attic stairs. The house was quiet, save for the ticking of the grandfather clock and the distant hum of Grandma knitting by the fire. They slipped out the back door into the garden, where the air smelled of wet earth and blooming jasmine. Raindrops clung to the leaves like tiny jewels, and somewhere in the distance, The village bells chimed the hour, their sound muffled and cozy. Old man Hemlock was kneeling by a bed of rosemary, his hands buried in the soil. He was a stout man with a beard like tangled ivy and a voice that creaked like an old gate. When he saw Leo and Whiskers approaching, he smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Well now," he said, brushing dirt from his trousers. "What brings you two to my patch on such a damp afternoon?" Leo showed him the music box and explained its fading melody. Hemlock listened intently, his head cocked as if hearing the whispers of the plants around him. He took the box gently, turning it over in his broad hands. "Ah, yes," he murmured. "This wood comes from the silent oak, a tree that grew where kindness took root, but see here." He pointed to the tarnished gear. "It's clogged with sorrow, a tiny grief that has settled over time. To clean it, you'll need something rare, the dew from a spider's web, collected at dawn when the world is holding its breath." Leo's heart sank. "But dawn is hours away, and how will I find such a thing?" Hemlock patted his shoulder. "Patience, lad, courage isn't about rushing, it's about waiting with hope. Stay here in the garden tonight. Whiskers will keep you company, and I'll show you where the wisest spiders spin their webs." As evening deepened, the garden transformed into a haven of soft sounds and shadows. Fireflies blinked like floating stars, and the leaves rustled in a breeze that carried the scent of night-blooming flowers. Hemlock brought out a blanket and a lantern that cast a golden glow, making the world feel small and safe. Leo curled up under an arbor of wisteria, with Whiskers purring beside him like a tiny engine of comfort. The distant bells tolled again, marking the passage of time with a gentle rhythm. Through the night, Hemlock taught Leo about the garden's secrets, how the moonflowers unfurled their petals only in darkness, and how the earth held stories in its roots. "Kindness," Hemlock said, his voice low, "is like water to a thirsty plant. It doesn't shout, it nourishes quietly." Leo listened, feeling his fears ease like knots loosening in a string. When the first hint of dawn painted the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Hemlock led Leo to a corner where dewdrops hung from a spider's web, each one a perfect sphere reflecting the newborn light. "Now," Hemlock whispered, "use this feather to collect the dew. Move slowly so as not to disturb the web. Patience, remember." Leo held his breath, his hands steady as he guided the feather tip to the dew. One drop, then another, glistened on the quill. He carefully transferred them to the music box, letting the dew seep into the tarnished gear. For a moment, nothing happened. Then with a soft click, the gear began to turn and the melody swelled, clearer than before. But it was still incomplete. A few notes stumbled like a bird learning to fly. Whiskers, who had been watching with narrowed eyes, spoke up. "The song is healing, but it needs one more thing, a memory of joy, something pure and selfless." He nudged Leo's hand. "Think of a time when you helped someone without expecting anything in return." Leo closed his eyes, letting the garden's sounds wash over him, the rustle of leaves, the purr of the cat, the distant bells. He remembered last winter, when he had spent hours knitting a scarf for his grandmother, his fingers clumsy but his heart full. As that memory bloomed in his mind, the music box glowed with a soft light, and the melody flowed seamlessly, weaving through the air like a silken thread. The music box was whole again, its song now rich and complete. But Leo realized that the true journey had been inside him all along, the courage to be patient, to listen, and to trust in kindness. He thanked Hemlock and Whiskers, their quirks and wisdom etched in his heart. Back in the cottage, as Leo placed the music box on the mantelpiece, its melody mingled with the crackle of the fire. Grandma looked up from her knitting, her smile as warm as the flames. "What a lovely sound," she said. "It reminds me of long-ago springs." Leo knew that the music box's magic wasn't in fixing things outwardly, but in mending the quiet places within. That night, as he drifted to sleep, The song followed him into his dreams, a lullaby of courage and comfort, and he knew that no shadow could ever feel too dark again. Story 14. Story 14. The firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear the gentle pop and crackle of a story beginning to unfold. It's a story about a place not too far from here, if you measure distance in daydreams, called the Valley of Gentle Nonsense. In this valley, the rivers flowed backwards, which was terribly convenient if you ever dropped your hat in the water. You could simply walk upstream a little way and wait for it to float politely back into your hands with a soft, gurgling whoosh. The forests were inside out, meaning the cozy, rooty parts with all the little animal burrows were on the outside, and the tall, leafy parts were in the middle. This made for excellent hide-and-seek, though sometimes a squirrel would accidentally end up in the sky. And in the very heart of this valley, perched precariously on a hill that wiggled when it laughed, was an upside-down tea shop. It was called the Steaming Kettle, though the kettle was always on the floor, and the floor was, technically, the ceiling. Patrons would sit on the ceiling, which was wonderfully carpeted, and their teacups would cling magically to the floor above their heads. It was run by a fellow named Barnaby, a cloud shepherd by trade, who spent his days gently herding fluffy, white cumulus clouds with a crook made of a giant's wishbone. He only ran the tea shop on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays, he said, were inside-out days, and it made perfect sense to him. Barnaby's best friend was a dragon named Pippin. But Pippin was not a fearsome dragon. Oh no. Pippin was a dragon with a passion for porcelain. He collected teacups. Not jewels or gold, but the most delicate, hand-painted, whimsically patterned teacups you could ever imagine. His cave was a labyrinth of carefully dusted shelves, each holding a cup that chimed with a tiny, crystal ping if you tapped it. His greatest treasure was a cup that looked like it was made of a captured rainbow, which made a sound like a happy sigh when you poured tea into it. Their other dear friend was a woman named Cora, a professional dream painter. Each evening, with a brush made of a single moonbeam and paints distilled from starlight and memories, she would add little details to people's dreams. An extra sprinkle of glitter on a fairy's wings, a slightly funnier hat on a dancing badger, or the perfect, buttery scent to a dream of warm toast. One particular Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that felt like a warm blanket, a most peculiar problem arose. Barnaby was in his upside-down tea shop, trying to serve a pot of lullaby lavender tea to a family of moles who were wearing very tiny, very fashionable sunglasses. But when he went to pour, the tea didn't fall down towards the cups on the floor ceiling. Instead, it poured up. Sploosh. A stream of lavender tea arched gracefully towards the actual ceiling, which was the floor, and pooled against a heavy oak beam. "Oh dear," said Barnaby, scratching his head with his shepherd's crook. "That's not right at all." The moles, who were very polite, sipped at their empty cups and murmured, "Lovely aroma," but they looked a bit disappointed. Just then Pippin the dragon came shuffling in, his large, gentle feet making a soft thump-thump-thump on the ceiling-turned floor. He was carrying his newest acquisition, a teacup painted with swirling, snoozing sheep. "Barnaby," he boomed in a voice that was like a cello wrapped in velvet. "I've come for a cup of chamomile calm. I need to test the sheep. They look like they'd enjoy it." "I've got a bit of a situation, Pippin," Barnaby said, pointing his crook at the puddle of tea on the floor above their heads. "The tea seems to have forgotten which way is up." Pippin peered at the puddle. "It does seem confused. Perhaps it's having an inside-out day, but it's only Tuesday." He let out a thoughtful rumble that made the teaspoons on the walls vibrate with a gentle bzzz. They decided to consult Cora, the dream painter, who was the wisest of them all when it came to matters of gentle confusion. They found her by the backwards river, which was flowing bloop-bloop-bleep towards the mountains. She was dipping her dream brush into the water, which turned the river a lovely shade of twilight blue for a moment. Cora, said Barnaby. The tea is pouring upwards. It's causing a dreadful puddle on the floor that's a ceiling. Cora tapped her moonbeam brush against her chin. An inversion of intention, she mused. The tea wishes to rise, not fall. It's a very ambitious tea, but it is still tea, and tea's true purpose is to be sipped from a lovely cup. She looked at Pippin's new sheep cup. Especially one like that. But how do we convince it? Asked Pippin, his tail twitching with worry and nearly knocking over a tree that was growing sideways. We must remind it of its purpose, said Cora. We need to create a spectacle of sipping so delightful, so utterly irresistible, that the tea will forget its foolish ambitions and simply want to be drunk. And so they hatched a plan. It was a silly plan, but in the valley of gentle nonsense, the silliest plans were often the best ones. Barnaby went to herd the most content-looking clouds, the ones that looked like sleeping lambs and overstuffed pillows. He gently nudged them over to the tea shop until they formed a soft, fluffy staircase leading from the puddle on the high ceiling down to the cups on the low floor. F-whoomp, went the clouds as they settled into place. Pippin rushed back to his cave and returned with his most beautiful, most melodic teacups. There was the rainbow cup that side, a cup that chimed like a tiny bell when touched, and another that had a pattern of bubbles that actually fizz-pop-fizzed softly. Cora, with her dream painter's skill, did the most important job. She didn't paint the tea, she painted the air above each cup. With a flick of her wrist, she painted little swirls of steam that carried the scent of honey and biscuits. With another flick, she painted the sound of a contented murmur and the feeling of a warm, cozy chair. She painted the very idea of a perfect afternoon tea. Finally, everything was ready. Barnaby stood by the teapot. Pippin arranged his cups. Cora gave a nod. Now, Barnaby, she said. Barnaby poured. Sploosh. Once again, the lullaby lavender tea streamed upwards, defying gravity with all its might. It reached the puddle on the ceiling floor. But then, something new happened. The tea, curious, began to trickle onto the first cloud step. Instead of splashing, it went blorp and was absorbed into the fluffy whiteness. The cloud, now smelling wonderfully of lavender, seemed to sigh with pleasure. Encouraged, the tea flowed onto the next cloud, and the next, each step a little blorp and a sigh, creating a cascading staircase of scent. It reached the bottom cloud, which was hovering just above Pippin's rainbow teacup. The tea hesitated for a moment, hovering over the cup that sighed with anticipation. And then it happened. The rainbow cup let out its happy little sigh. The bell cup gave a faint ting. The bubble cup fizz-pop-fizzed. And the air above them, painted by Cora, shimmered with such irresistible coziness that the tea could no longer resist. With a final, gentle plink, a single drop of tea fell into the rainbow cup. Then another and another, until a steady, graceful stream of tea was flowing down the cloudy staircase, each drop landing perfectly in a waiting cup. The tea had remembered its job. The moles, who had been watching with their tiny mouths agape behind their sunglasses, clapped their little paws. Barnaby beamed. Pippin did a happy little jig that made the teacups rattle a cheerful melody. Cora smiled, adding one last painted detail to the air, a tiny, shimmering rainbow that arched over the entire scene. They all sat down, on the ceiling of course, and had the most wonderful tea party. The tea tasted all the better for its little adventure. The moles declared it the best tea they'd ever almost not had, and Pippin's sheep cup proved to be the perfect home for chamomile calm. And as the firelight here dances its own sleepy dance, you should know that in the valley of gentle nonsense, the tea now sometimes still pours upwards, just for the fun of flowing down the cloud stairs. Because even problems, when faced with friendship and a little bit of painted steam, can turn into the most delightful sort of nonsense. A soft, quiet sigh of an ending, perfect for drifting off to sleep. Story 15. Story 15. In the quiet hours of a twilight evening, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and gold, there was a small house nestled at the edge of a sleeping village. Inside, a young boy named Leo was helping his grandmother sort through old belongings in the attic. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and the only light came from a single lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. Creak went the floorboards underfoot, a familiar sound that seemed to whisper stories of years gone by. Leo's grandmother had always said the attic was a treasure chest of forgotten tales, and today they were uncovering a particularly dusty corner where an ancient trunk sat draped in a faded quilt. As Leo brushed away the cobwebs, his fingers traced the carved patterns on the trunk's lid, swirls that looked like wind and waves, worn smooth by time. With a gentle push, the lid lifted with a soft thump, releasing a puff of dust that sparkled in the lantern light. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and moth-eaten blankets, lay a small, brass compass. It was no larger than Leo's palm, with a face clouded by age, but as he picked it up, the needle began to quiver. Instead of pointing north, it spun slowly and settled in the direction of the attic's dusty window, glowing with a faint, golden light. Leo's grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Some treasures," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "are not found in maps, but in the heart. That compass, my dear, is said to guide those who need it most toward the courage they already possess." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass rested on his nightstand, its glow pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He had always been a quiet child, hesitant to speak up in class or venture beyond the garden gate, and the compass seemed to hum with understanding. As sleep began to claim him, the needle twitched again, pointing insistently toward the window. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the distant sound of bells chiming from the village clock tower, and Leo knew deep down that a journey was beginning, not one of miles, but of the spirit. The next morning, Leo tucked the compass into his pocket, its warmth a comforting weight against his side. He decided to follow where it led, stepping out into the garden where dew-kissed spiderwebs glittered like diamonds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the edge of the property, and as Leo approached, he heard a soft purring from the branches above. A sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds peered down at him. "Lost your way, little one?" the cat asked, her voice a melodic rumble. "Or perhaps you've just found it." This was Seraphina, the garden cat, known for her wisdom and her love of napping in sunbeams. She leaped down gracefully, landing without a sound, and began to weave around Leo's legs. "That compass," she said, nodding toward his pocket, "guides not to places, but to moments where courage is needed. I've seen it before in my 9 lives. Tell me, what fear holds you back?" Leo confessed his shyness, how words often stuck in his throat like burrs, and Seraphina listened, her purring a steady, calming rhythm. "Courage isn't about being loud," she advised, "but about listening first. Follow the compass, I'll join you." And so, with Seraphina padding silently beside him, Leo ventured beyond the garden gate, into the meadow where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the whispering woods, a forest Leo had always avoided for its shadows and secrets. As they entered the woods, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the chirping of hidden crickets. Suddenly the compass needle spun wildly, and from a thicket emerged a small, flustered squirrel with a tail that twitched with nervous energy. Oh dear," he chattered, wringing his paws. "I've misplaced my acorns again, the shiny one's eye saved for the winter feast." This was Barnaby, a squirrel whose heart was as big as his forgetfulness. Seraphina introduced him, and Barnaby's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. "A guiding light," he exclaimed. "I could use one myself, but first can you help me? Kindness shared is courage multiplied, my mother always said." Leo nodded, and together they searched the forest floor, following the trail of scattered acorns Barnaby had dropped. As they worked, Leo found that focusing on helping others eased the tightness in his own chest. With patience, they gathered the acorns, and Barnaby rewarded them with a handful of sweet berries from his stash. The compass glowed brighter, its needle steadying toward a clearing deep in the woods where an ancient stone well stood, covered in moss. But the path was blocked by a thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe like sleeping serpents. Leo hesitated, his old fears rising like a tide. "I don't think I can get through," he whispered, his voice small. Just then a gentle wind stirred, carrying the faint ding-dong of bells from the village, and the vines parted slightly, revealing a narrow passage. A voice, soft as the wind itself, spoke. "Thorns guard only what is feared, not what is real. Step lightly, and they will yield." It was the spirit of the breeze, a helper unseen but deeply felt. Serafina nudged Leo forward. "Patience," she murmured. "Watch and listen." Leo took a deep breath, recalling his grandmother's words about kindness. Instead of pushing through, he approached the thorns slowly, speaking to them in a gentle tone. "We mean no harm, we only seek to pass." To his amazement, the thorns loosened their grip, curling back like unfurling ferns. It was not force but respect that cleared the way. In the clearing, the well was dry, but at its bottom lay a single, luminous pearl that pulsed with the same golden light as the compass. Barnaby chattered excitedly. "The Heartstone," it said, to reflect the courage of those who look into it. Leo leaned over the edge, his reflection shimmering on the pearl's surface. Instead of seeing a shy boy, he saw someone brave and steady, and in that moment he understood that courage had been within him all along, waiting to be acknowledged. As he reached for the pearl, a shadow fell over the clearing, a large, gloomy cloud that muffled the forest sounds. Leo felt a chill, but Serafina purred louder, a sound like a tiny hearth fire, and Barnaby began to tell a silly joke about a rabbit in a hat, making Leo laugh. The cloud dissipated, and the pearl lifted into Leo's hand, warm and light. The compass needle settled, pointing back the way they came, its work done. Returning through the woods, Leo felt different. The shadows seemed less frightening, and when they reached the meadow, he spotted a younger child crying by a fallen nest of robin's eggs. Without thinking, Leo knelt down, using his gentle words to comfort the child and help rebuild the nest. Serafina watched, her green eyes soft with pride, and Barnaby cheered, "Bravo, you found your voice." Back at home, as evening fell, Leo placed the compass and the pearl on the attic trunk, their light fading into a soft glow. His grandmother welcomed him with a cup of warm milk and a knowing smile. "You traveled far today," she said, stroking his hair. "But the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the sounds of the house wrapped around him, the crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the distant bells tolling the hour, and Serafina's purring from the foot of his bed. He knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind, to listen, and to take one small step at a time. And in the gentle rhythm of his breathing, the story settled like a cozy blanket, reminding all who heard it that the most magical discoveries often lie waiting in the most ordinary of places, ready to light the way home. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small Florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The Florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In the heart of the whispering glen, where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming night-blooming jasmine, there lay a village so nestled among the hills that it seemed to be cradled by the very earth itself. Here the days were painted with the gentle hues of sunlight filtering through leaves, and the nights were embroidered with a tapestry of stars so bright they felt close enough to touch. The villagers, a kind-hearted lot who tended to their gardens and shared stories by firelight, lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. But lately a peculiar happening had begun to stir the glen with a whisper of mystery, one that tugged at the curiosity of all who dwelled there. It started on an evening when the sky was particularly clear, and the constellations hung like diamond dust scattered by a generous hand. Finn, a young soul with eyes that held the wonder of the world and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves, was sitting on the porch of his cottage, tracing the familiar patterns above. He knew the stars as old friends, the steadfast North Star, the playful arc of the Little Dipper, and the graceful sweep of Cassiopeia. But that night, as the clock tower in the village square chimed 9 times with a deep, resonant tone that echoed through the glen, Finn noticed something amiss. A small, twinkling star from the constellation of Lyra, when he had always greeted with a smile, had vanished without a trace. At first he thought it might be a trick of the clouds or the gentle rain that had fallen earlier, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. But night after night more stars began to disappear, one by one, as if being plucked from the sky by an unseen hand. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, not with fear, but with a growing curiosity that hung in the air like the fragrance of damp earth after a shower. Wind chimes, crafted from polished stones and hollow reeds, tinkled softly in the breeze, their melodies mingling with the concerned murmurs. Some said it was the work of a mischievous spirit, while others whispered of old tales where the stars danced away for a season. But Finn, with his keen observation, felt that there was more to it, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Driven by a sense of empathy for his worried neighbors and a deep love for the glen's tranquility, Finn decided to investigate. He began by spending his evenings perched on a moss-covered log near the edge of the village, notebook in hand, sketching the sky and noting each missing star. His method was gentle. He did not rush or alarm anyone, but instead listened to the stories of the elders and the laughter of the children, hoping to find clues in the everyday rhythms of life. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering on the leaves like a lullaby, Finn sought shelter in the village library, a cozy building filled with shelves of weathered books and the scent of old paper. There he met an elderly woman named Maeve, who spent her days mending quilts and humming nursery rhymes passed down through generations. When Finn mentioned the vanishing stars, Maeve's eyes twinkled with memory. "Ah, the stars have their own stories," she said, her voice as warm as embers. "Did you know there's an old rhyme the children sing? It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain kisses the ground, the stars play hide-and-seek without a sound. Look to the map where the rivers twine, for secrets sleep in the constellations' line." Finn's heart leaped. This felt like a clue woven into the fabric of their culture. He thanked Maeve and hurried to study an ancient map of the glen that hung on the library wall, faded with age. The map showed the winding paths of the forest, the meeting points of streams, and markings that resembled star patterns. As he traced the lines, he noticed that the rivers indeed twined in a way that mirrored the constellation of Lyra, the very one where the first star had vanished. Could it be that the stars were linked to the land itself? With this insight, Finn ventured into the woodland glen, following the path suggested by the map. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hours, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the occasional drip of rainwater from the branches. He walked for hours, his steps light on the soft moss, until he came upon a clearing where a peculiar sight greeted him. A patch of flowers that changed color with the shifting light, from violet at dawn to silver under the moon. It was a delightful discovery, but Finn sensed it was a red herring, a beautiful distraction, for the flowers, while magical, held no direct link to the stars. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a soft weeping from behind a thicket of ferns. Pushing aside the leaves, he found a young girl named Piper, who tended to the glen's beehives. Her face was streaked with tears, and she explained that her favorite beehive, which produced honey that shimmered like starlight, had been disturbed, and the bees were restless. Finn, using his empathy, sat with her and listened. Piper revealed that she had seen strange lights in the sky on the nights the stars disappeared, but she feared no one would believe her. This was another clue, but it also felt like a misdirection. The lights might be unrelated, yet Finn made a note of it, promising to help Piper with her bees another day. Returning to the village, Finn shared his findings with the community. The villagers, intrigued, gathered in the square under the soft glow of lanterns. They decided to work together, combining their knowledge. Old maps were unrolled, nursery rhymes were recited, and children drew pictures of the sky. It was then that Finn remembered something Maeve had said about the constellation patterns being tied to the glen's history. He proposed that they hold a vigil that night, observing the sky from different points along the river twines. As dusk fell, the entire village spread out along the banks of the streams, with Finn leading a group to the highest hill. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of wind chimes and the occasional hoot of an owl. Then, as the clock tower chimed midnight, something miraculous happened. The missing stars began to reappear, not in the sky, but reflected in the still waters of the river junctions, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Finn realized the truth. The stars weren't vanishing. They were being borrowed by the glen itself, as part of an ancient celestial event where the water mirrored the heavens, creating a double sky for a brief period each year. The phenomenon was mentioned in an old tale forgotten over time, a way for the land to renew its magic. The resolution brought the community closer than ever. They organized a stargazing festival, celebrating the glen's hidden wonders. Piper's bees, calmed by the collective joy, produced honey that tasted of moonlight, and Maeve taught the children new rhymes about the stars' playful nature. Finn, through his observation and empathy, had not only solved the mystery, but had reminded everyone of the beauty in working together. As the night deepened, the stars shone brightly once more, and the villagers returned to their cottages, their hearts full. Finn sat on his porch, listening to the gentle rain begin again, and knew that in the whispering glen, every mystery was a thread in the cozy blanket of community, weaving a story that would linger in dreams for generations to come. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Listen closely now, for I have a tale to tell, a story about a boy who learned that the greatest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kalen often wandered alone along the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and listening to the secret language of the woods. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kalen was returning from one of his solitary walks. His pockets were heavy with smooth stones and pine cones, and his heart felt unusually light. As he approached the edge of the forest where it met the village, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely souls, tugged at him. Kneeling down, Kalen carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and rich, dark soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and oval-shaped, with colors that shifted like captured sunset, deep oranges, soft golds, and the occasional flicker of crimson that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like embers breathing in the darkness. As Kalen's fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread through his hand, not the harsh heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of sunlight remembered on a chilly day. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its gentle heat against his thigh as he walked the final distance home. That night, as Kalen lay in bed with the strange stone on his bedside table, he had the most peculiar dream. He dreamed of winding pathways deep beneath the earth, lit by the same gentle glow that pulsed from his stone. He dreamed of soft, melodic voices that seemed to hum through the very roots of trees, and of doors hidden in the sides of hills, waiting for just the right key to open them. When he awoke the next morning, the stone still pulsed with its soft light, and the memory of the dream felt more like a recollection than a fantasy. Throughout the day, whether helping his mother in the garden or studying his lessons, Kalen found his thoughts drifting back to the stone and the underground pathways of his dream. That evening, as twilight settled over the village once more, Kalen found himself drawn back to the ancient oak tree. The stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer as he approached, its pulsing light quickening slightly. Standing before the massive tree, Kalen noticed something he hadn't seen before, a narrow opening between two particularly large roots, just wide enough for a boy to slip through if he turned sideways. Taking a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, Kalen squeezed through the opening. To his astonishment, instead of finding himself in the small, earthy space between roots he expected, he discovered a downward-sloping tunnel, its walls embedded with countless stones that glowed with the same gentle light as the one in his pocket. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. The tunnel descended gradually, curving gently as it went. Kalen walked slowly, his hand brushing against the glowing walls, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. The only sounds were his soft footsteps and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very stone around him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took Kalen's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with glowing crystals that twinkled like captured stars. Strange, beautiful plants grew in clusters, their leaves shimmering with soft light and their flowers emitting gentle chimes when the faint breeze stirred them. Through the center of the cavern flowed a stream whose water glittered, as if filled with liquid starlight. But most astonishing of all were their inhabitants. Small, gentle creatures moved about the cavern, their forms seeming to be made of earth and moss and stone. They had luminous eyes and moved with a graceful, flowing motion that reminded Kalen of wind through grass. They tended the glowing plants, gathered crystals in baskets woven from glowing fibers, and spoke to each other in soft, musical tones. One of these creatures noticed Kalen standing at the tunnel's entrance. Instead of being alarmed, it approached him with a curious tilt of its head. It stood about as tall as Kalen's waist, with skin that looked like polished river stone and hair like trailing moss. Its eyes glowed with the same warm light as the stones in the walls. "Hello," it said in a voice that sounded like wind chimes and flowing water. "You have the Heartstone. We wondered when you would come." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand, which was pulsing in rhythm with the crystals throughout the cavern. "The Heartstone?" he asked. The creature nodded. "It calls to those who need to find their way here. My name is Bramble. Welcome to the Gloaming, the world between roots and rock, between setting sun and rising moon." Bramble extended a hand that felt surprisingly like smooth, warm stone. Kalen took it, and together they walked deeper into the cavern. As they went, other creatures paused in their tasks to offer gentle smiles and nods. They seemed neither surprised nor concerned by Kalen's presence. Many seasons ago, Bramble explained as they walked along the starlit stream, the Heartstone was created when a piece of sunset became trapped in Earth during the world's first twilight. It occasionally finds its way to the surface, always seeking someone who needs to discover our world, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something about themselves. Kalen listened, mesmerized by both Bramble's words and the wonder of the world around him. "But why me?" he asked softly. Bramble's glowing eyes seemed to twinkle. "The stone knows what the heart needs before the mind understands. Tell me, child of the surface world, do you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others?" Kalen nodded slowly, surprised that this stranger could understand something he had never spoken aloud. "The Heartstone often finds those who carry quietness within them," Bramble said gently. "But here in the gloaming we understand that quietness is not emptiness. It is simply a different way of being. Come, let me show you." Over what felt like days but might have been only hours, Bramble introduced Kalen to the wonders of the gloaming. They visited gardens where flowers sang soft lullabies, libraries where stories were stored in crystals that played them like music when touched, and kitchens where food was prepared that tasted like comfort and contentment. Kalen met other inhabitants, a creature named Moss who taught him how to listen to the stories stones could tell, another named Shale who showed him how to weave light into patterns that could calm anxious thoughts, and a particularly ancient being called Deeproot who spoke in rumbles that vibrated through the earth and told tales of times when the world was young. With each new experience, Kalen felt something within him unfolding, like a flower opening to morning sun. The quietness that had often felt like loneliness began to feel like peace. The thoughtful nature that sometimes made him feel separate from others now felt like a gift. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timeless gloaming, Bramble took Kalen to a quiet pool at the edge of the starlit stream. The water's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the glowing crystals above like a second sky. "Look deeply," Bramble said softly. As Kalen gazed into the water, the reflection began to change. He saw himself back in his village, but different somehow. He saw himself sharing stories with other children, not as the center of attention, but as a quiet listener who knew just when to offer a word of comfort or understanding. He saw himself helping neighbors with tasks, his quiet observation making him notice needs others overlooked. He saw himself content in his own company, but also capable of connection when he chose it. "The stone showed you the way here," Bramble murmured, "not so you could escape your world, but so you could learn to live in it more fully. Your quiet nature isn't a barrier to connection, it's a different path to it." Kalen looked from the pool to Bramble, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I thought I needed to become different to belong," he whispered. Bramble's stone-like face seemed to soften. "The world above has many voices, and they are all needed, the boisterous and the quiet, the speakers and the listeners. You need not change your nature to find your place, only to understand how your particular nature fits into the greater pattern." As these words settled into Kalen's heart, he noticed the Heartstone in his pocket had begun to glow less brightly. Its pulses were slowing, its warmth diminishing. "It is time for you to return," Bramble said gently. "The Heartstone's work is nearly done." A feeling of sadness washed over Kalen. "But will I remember this place? Will I be able to return?" Bramble placed a warm, stone-like hand on Kalen's shoulder. "You will remember, though in the way one remembers a vivid dream, more feeling than detail. And as for returning—" Bramble smiled, a cracking of stone that revealed inner light. "You carry the gloaming within you now, its peace, its acceptance, its understanding that different natures have different beauties. Whenever you need to remember, simply find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and feel for that warmth we've shared." Together they walked back through the glowing tunnels, the journey feeling much shorter than before. At the entrance beneath the oak tree, Bramble paused. "Remember, child of two worlds," Bramble said softly, That transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, your experiences here have lit a steady glow within you. Tend it well. With those final words, Kalen stepped back through the roots and into the cool night air of his own world. The stars above glittered coldly compared to the warm glow of the gloaming, but as he walked home, Kalen realized a new warmth was growing within him. A steady, peaceful light that had nothing to do with the stone in his pocket. When he reached his room and took out the heartstone, he found it had turned into an ordinary, though beautifully smooth, stone. Its glow had faded completely, its warmth gone. But Kalen didn't feel loss. Instead, he placed the stone on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it, a reminder that transformation often leaves behind the shell of what was, while the essence moves inward. The next day, and in the days that followed, Kalen found that something had indeed shifted within him. He still enjoyed his solitary walks, but now he also found himself noticing opportunities for small connections, helping a younger child reach a ball stuck in a tree, listening patiently when an elderly neighbor wanted to share a story, offering a quiet smile to someone who looked lonely. He discovered that his thoughtful nature allowed him to see things others missed, and that when he did speak, people often listened carefully, sensing the weight of his considered words. The children who had once seemed too boisterous for him now seemed simply different, not better or worse, and he found ways to interact with them that felt comfortable for him. One afternoon, he noticed a new girl sitting alone at the edge of the village square, watching the other children play with a look of hesitant longing that reminded him of his own former feelings. Remembering the acceptance he had found in the gloaming, Kalen walked over and sat beside her quietly. After a moment, he took a smooth stone from his pocket, not the heartstone, but one he had found that morning, and offered it to her. "It has interesting lines if you look closely," he said softly. The girl looked surprised, then took the stone, turning it over in her hands. "It looks like a tiny landscape," she said after a moment, her voice quiet like his. Kalen nodded. "I sometimes imagine the story stones could tell if they could speak." The girl smiled, a small but genuine expression. "I'm Lyra, we just moved here." "I'm Kalen," he said. "Would you like to see where I find the best stones?" And so began a friendship built not on loud games or constant talking, but on comfortable silences, shared curiosity, and the understanding that sometimes the deepest connections are woven from quiet threads. As seasons turned, Kalen grew into a young man known for his quiet wisdom and gentle presence. People sought him out when they needed someone who would listen without judgment, who noticed details others overlooked, who offered thoughtful perspectives. He never told anyone about the gloaming. Some experiences are too precious to be captured in words, but he carried its lessons in how he moved through the world. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight seemed particularly soft and the boundary between worlds felt thin, Kalen would walk to the ancient oak tree and place his hand against its bark. He would close his eyes and remember the warmth of the gloaming, the musical voices of its inhabitants, the peace of that underground world. And in those moments, he would feel an answering warmth pulse within him, a steady glow that reminded him that he belonged exactly as he was. Years later, when Kalen had children of his own, he would sometimes take them on walks through the forest. He taught them how to listen to the language of trees, how to find beauty in ordinary stones, how to appreciate both companionship and solitude. One evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, his youngest daughter reached between the roots and pulled out a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Papa," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Kalen smiled, a deep, peaceful joy spreading through him as he recognized the glow of a heartstone. Taking his daughter's hand, he said softly, "That is a very special stone. It has a story to tell if you're ready to listen." And as twilight settled around them, the boundary between worlds feeling thin once more, Kalen began to share not the story of the gloaming itself, but the lessons it had taught him. About acceptance, about the value of different natures, about the warmth that comes from understanding your own heart. The fire in the hearth crackles softly now, its embers glowing with the same steady light as the heartstone in our story. Can you feel that warmth spreading through you, gentle listener? Can you feel the peace that comes from understanding that we each have our own nature, our own gifts, our own way of belonging? Remember, as you drift towards sleep, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, may you carry your own steady glow within you. The night is deep and quiet now, filled with possibilities and peace. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket as you journey into dreams, where perhaps you too might discover hidden worlds and unexpected friendships. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bog-rot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music. Especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. Sila's the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. The whisper reeds, Silas exclaimed. Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge. The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. Now, Theo. Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bog-rot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny, bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small, woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help, what can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. I have to try, Quill, he said, his voice quiet but firm. The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way? Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet. Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. Find the light, he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it, he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the vale like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the Vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the Vale within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, the seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit, through the old oak, if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the Vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The Heartwood Seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the Vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the Heartwood Seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In the quiet hamlet of Willowbrook, where twilight lingered like a cherished secret, there lived a young soul named Kaelin. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the rolling hills, Kaelin would sit by the hearth in their small cottage, watching the embers dance and fade into soft, glowing coals. It was in these hushed moments that Kaelin felt most aware of the subtle shifts within themselves, a restlessness that whispered of change, like a seed stirring deep in the earth. Kaelin had always been different, though in ways that were gentle and beautiful. Their hair, once a plain chestnut brown, now held strands that shimmered with a faint, opalescent glow whenever they felt a surge of kindness or curiosity. Tiny, leaf-like patterns would sometimes appear on their skin after a day spent wandering the meadows, fading by morning like dreams. But instead of embracing these changes, Kaelin felt uneasy, as if they were a puzzle missing a piece they couldn't name. One crisp autumn evening, as the fire crackled low, Kaelin noticed a peculiar sight outside their window, a garden they had never seen before, nestled between the ancient oaks at the edge of the village. It was a wild, untamed space, brimming with flowers that pulsed with soft light and vines that curled like questions in the air. Drawn by an invisible thread, Kaelin wrapped a woolen shawl around their shoulders and stepped into the cooling night. The garden seemed to breathe in time with Kaelin's own heartbeat. As they walked along the mossy paths, they saw blossoms that changed color with the wind's mood, from shy lavender to bold gold, and trees whose leaves rustled with melodies only the heart could hear. It was here that Kaelin first met Elder Rowan, a woman with eyes the color of weathered bark and a smile that held the patience of centuries. She was tending to a cluster of moonflowers, her hands moving with the grace of someone who understood the language of growth. "Ah, seeker," Elder Rowan said, her voice like the murmur of a distant stream. "This garden has been waiting for you. It responds to those who are learning to listen to their own transformations." Kaelin hesitated, fingers tracing the delicate petals of a flower that shimmered like starlight. "I don't understand what's happening to me. Sometimes I feel like I'm wearing a skin that isn't mine, and other times I see colors where there were none before." Elder Rowan gestured to a bench woven from living willow branches. "Change is not something to fear, dear one. It is a cocoon woven by time, protecting you until you're ready to emerge. This garden and you are part of the same magic. Watch." She pointed to a patch of earth where nothing grew. "Plant a seed of intention here, not with your hands, but with your heart." Kaelin closed their eyes, thinking of a recent moment when they had comforted a lost bird, feeling a flutter of compassion. When they opened their eyes, a tiny green shoot had pushed through the soil, glowing with a soft, verdant light. "That is your first small victory," Elder Rowan said. "Each step forward, no matter how small, helps the garden and you grow." Over the following weeks, Kaelin returned to the garden daily. Elder Rowan appeared only when needed, often when Kaelin felt most doubtful. Under her gentle guidance, Kaelin learned to tend to the magical flora. They discovered that the garden mirrored their inner world. When Kaelin felt uncertain, the flowers would droop slightly, their colors dimming. But when they mustered courage, new buds would unfurl, filling the air with sweet fragrance. One afternoon, Kaelin encountered a section of the garden dominated by thorny brambles. It was a place that seemed resistant to change, much like the fears tangled in their own heart. "This is the thicket of hesitation," Elder Rowan explained, appearing as if from nowhere. "It grows where we cling to old shells. But even thorns have their purpose. They teach us to be gentle with ourselves." Kaelin spent days working at the edges of the thicket, not tearing at the brambles but speaking softly to them, acknowledging their own anxieties. With each kind word a thorn would soften, and a single brave flower would bloom, a snowdrop that symbolized resilience. These small victories accumulated, and soon a path cleared, leading to a secluded grove where a silvery cocoon hung from a birch tree, pulsating with quiet energy. "This is the heart of metamorphosis," Elder Rowan said. "It holds the potential of what you are becoming, but it cannot be rushed. Like a seed waiting for spring, it requires patience and trust." As winter approached, Kaelin faced a greater challenge. A storm swept through Willowbrook, and the garden was battered by wind and rain. Kaelin felt their own doubts surge. What if their changes were just illusions? What if they never found their true self? That night, as they huddled by the hearth, the embers seemed to whisper encouragement. Remembering Elder Rowan's lessons, Kaelin returned to the garden at dawn, not to fix everything at once, but to simply be present. They sat by the cocoon, humming a tune their grandmother had taught them, a melody about cycles and returns. Slowly, the garden began to heal itself. Flowers straightened their stems, and the colors deepened, reflecting Kaelin's growing acceptance. The cocoon glowed brighter, and Kaelin realized that their journey wasn't about becoming someone new, but about uncovering who they had always been. On the eve of the solstice, Elder Rowan joined Kaelin in the garden. The air was crisp, and the stars hung low like lanterns. "It is time," she said softly. "The cocoon is ready to open, but only you can decide what emerges." Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling all the small victories, the planted seeds, the cleared paths, the softened thorns, converge into a single moment of clarity. They reached out and touched the cocoon, which dissolved into a shower of light. From it emerged not a butterfly, but a cascade of luminous patterns that settled around Kaelin, weaving into their skin like living tapestry. Their hair now flowed with colors that shifted with their emotions, calm blues, joyful yellows, thoughtful purples, and their eyes held the depth of the night sky. Elder Rowan smiled, her form beginning to fade into the twilight. "You see, the metamorphosis was never about shedding your old self, but about integrating all its parts. This garden will always be here for you, and for others who need its wisdom. Your story is just beginning." Kaelin stood in the rejuvenated garden, which now bloomed with flowers that had never been seen before, each one a testament to their journey. They felt a profound comfort, knowing that change was not an end, but a continuous unfolding, like the endless turning of seasons. As they walked back to the cottage, the embers in the hearth greeted them with a warm, steady glow, and Kaelin knew that every ending was merely a gentle beginning in disguise. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. An old grandfather mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen, the balance shifts, the amber season's magic is waning, but this is different, a blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream. Steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots, trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again." Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. "Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored." As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender water-root stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmer flies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the whispering woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise." She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. "They say," his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, "that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart." That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. The fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn, through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling, a state of being. One afternoon they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single, magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now-dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking, gently, into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe, easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The Queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The Deep Star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The Deep Star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the Deep Star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the Deep Star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the Deep Star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. "Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing. The mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm, makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast." The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. It points to possibilities. Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The Compass of Courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth. Its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus, the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. What must I do? The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draft. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip 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 of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. "Courage, dear Leo," Folio said, "is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important." Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. "How do we cross?" Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger, leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water." Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. I'm afraid, he began, his voice barely a whisper, that I'm not enough, that I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked. As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. Well done, rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch. One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. "This is it," Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. "What you seek is within." Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. "I am the keeper of doubts," it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours." Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. "Ask your riddle," Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. "I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. "You are a flame," Leo said softly. "A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red." The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. "You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms, not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand, with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses, Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kalen, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kalen had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kalen would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the Starlight Haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kalen and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kalen, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kalen pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kalen, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kalen arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kalen, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kalen slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kalen glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kalen learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kalen's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kalen, remembering how darkness on chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kalen focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kaelin and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kaelin would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kaelin's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kaelin and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The Starlight Haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. Some doors, she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond. One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet and unfamiliar tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, The listening tree sent word you might find your way here today. Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the Whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. You listened, she said softly. To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it. Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling. She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. A stone from the river singing its thanks, keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders. As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The Whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the Whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the Whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space, a grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, Hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, Hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's 3 suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence. Gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, Hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kid, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow. Autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch, she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In a quiet valley tucked between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young woodcarver named Rowan. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, its stone chimney almost always breathing a soft, gray plume into the sky. Rowan was a quiet soul, his hands more comfortable with the grain of wood than with the words of people. He spent his days carving small animals and useful things, spoons, bowls, and little trinkets that held the warmth of his careful touch. But of late, a strange restlessness had settled in Rowan's heart. It was a quiet ache, a feeling that something was missing, though his life was simple and good. Each evening, as he sat by his own crackling hearth, he would look into the flames and feel a longing he could not name, a pull towards something just beyond the edge of his understanding. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the tree-teens and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Rowan decided to walk deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and hidden beginnings. He carried with him a small lantern, its light a warm, bobbing companion in the growing dusk. As he walked, the world seemed to soften and change around him. The familiar path gave way to less trodden ground, where ferns curled like sleeping creatures and moss clung to stones in velvety blankets. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so old, it seemed to hold the memory of the world in its bark, that Rowan saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of hearth embers, emanated from a hollow in the tree's trunk. Curiosity, gentle but persistent, drew him nearer. He knelt, setting his lantern aside, and reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, like a stone left in the sun. He drew it out. It was a small, oval object, no larger than his thumb. It looked like a polished river stone, but it held within it a deep, inner light that pulsed rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he held it in his palm, a sense of profound calm washed over him. The restlessness in his own heart quieted, soothed by the gentle thrum of the stone. He knew with a certainty that felt older than the oak itself, that this was no ordinary thing. He called it a glow ember. For a long time, Rowan simply sat there, cradling the glow ember in his hand. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a soft, rosy gold that made the shadows dance in friendly patterns. The forest, which had moments before felt vast and unknowable, now felt like a comfortable room. He decided to take it home, a secret treasure to keep by his hearth. But as he stood to leave, a sound gave him pause. It was a soft, melodic chirping, filled with a note of distress. It came from further within the forest, in a direction he rarely ventured. Holding the glow ember before him, its light now seeming to push back the darkness with a will of its own, Rowan followed the sound. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the emerging stars. The glow ember's light became his guide, casting a path of warm light at his feet. The chirping grew louder, more frantic. Finally, he pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and stepped into a small clearing. There, trapped in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. But it was unlike any fox Rowan had ever seen. Its fur was not red or gray, but a deep, dusky silver, and its eyes, wide with fear, shone with their own faint, amber light. It was struggling against the thorns, each movement only tightening their grip. "Hush now, little one," Rowan said, his voice a soft murmur. "I won't harm you." He approached slowly, holding out his empty hand to show he meant no ill intent. The fox stilled, watching him with intelligent, wary eyes. Rowan set the glow ember carefully on a nearby stump, where its light pooled around them like liquid gold. Then, with the patience his woodcarving had taught him, he began to carefully work the brambles apart, his fingers deftly avoiding the sharp thorns. It took time. The night deepened around them, the only sounds the rustle of leaves, Rowan's soft breathing, and the occasional whimper from the fox. But finally, with a last gentle tug, the fox was free. It scrambled back, shaking its silver coat, and then turned to look at Rowan. The fear in its eyes had been replaced by a deep, thoughtful curiosity. It did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step forward, then another, until it stood before the stump where the glow ember rested. It nudged the stone with its nose, then looked up at Rowan and chirped again, but this time the sound was different, a questioning, grateful trip. Rowan smiled. "You're welcome," he said softly. The fox sat down, curling its brush-like tail around its paws, and seemed to settle in as if it had always belonged there. Rowan retrieved the glow ember and sat on the mossy ground, leaning against the stump. The fox crept closer until it was nestled against his side, a warm, silvery weight. Together they sat in the quiet clearing, illuminated by the gentle pulse of the magical stone. Rowan's earlier loneliness felt like a distant memory. He must have dozed off, for when he opened his eyes, the first pale light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The fox was gone, but nestled in the moss where it had been lying was a single, perfect feather, the color of moonlight. Picking it up, Rowan felt a strange connection, a thread of friendship that stretched out into the sleeping forest. He placed the feather carefully in his pocket beside the glow ember and began the walk home, his heart feeling lighter than it had in seasons. This became the beginning of a new ritual. Each evening, Rowan would venture into the forest with his glow ember. And each evening the silver fox would find him. They did not speak in words, but in a language of shared silence, gentle nudges, and the comfortable understanding that exists between true friends. Rowan learned the fox's favorite paths, the clearings where moonlight pooled like water, and the hidden thickets where the sweetest berries grew. The fox, in turn, seemed to understand Rowan's quiet nature, his love for the simple, deep magic of the world. One night, as a full moon hung heavy and silver in the sky, the fox led him on a different path. It was a trail Rowan had never noticed, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a mossy rock face with a sound like endless, gentle applause. The fox slipped behind the water, and Rowan, holding the glow ember high, followed. On the other side was not more forest, but a cavern. The air within was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. And the cavern was not dark. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor were studded with thousands of glow embers, all pulsing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Their combined light was a breathtaking warm gold that illuminated wonders Rowan could never have imagined. Flowers made of crystalline light, pools of water that shimmered with captured starlight, and fungi that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. This was the Emberhold, a hidden world nestled in the heart of the mountain. The silver fox chirped proudly and trotted ahead, its fur reflecting the magnificent light. It was here that Rowan met the others. They were creatures of gentle magic, a badger with fur like polished jet and eyes that held the wisdom of deep earth, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the glowing stones, and an old owl who perched on a crystalline outcrop, its feathers the color of aged parchment. They were not startled by his presence. They looked at him and at the glow ember in his hand, and nodded in quiet welcome. They had been expecting him. The owl, who the fox indicated was the elder of this place, spoke not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the history of the Emberhold, how the glow embers were the heart light of the mountain itself, stones of comfort and connection that nurtured all life in the forest. He saw that they were fading. The great rhythm of their light was slowing, their warmth dimming. The world outside was forgetting the old, quiet magics, and the Emberhold was slowly falling into a slumber from which it might not wake. The fox nuzzled his hand, the one that held his own glow ember. The image in his mind changed. He saw that his stone was a keystone, one of the first and brightest. Its rediscovery had been a sign of hope. But one stone was not enough. The harmony of the Emberhold depended on a song that needed to be played on the heartstone, the very first ember, which had gone silent long ago. A gentle mystery unfolded before him. The heartstone was not lost, but sleeping somewhere within the vast caverns of the Emberhold. It needed to be found, and its song needed to be reawakened by a heart that understood both stillness and connection. The creatures of the Emberhold, for all their magic, were bound to this place and could not wake it. They needed a bridge, a friend from the world outside. Rowan felt the weight of the task settle on him, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The restlessness he had felt by his hearth had been a calling, a pull toward this moment. He looked at his friends, the silver fox, the wise badger, the gentle rabbits, the ancient owl, and he nodded. He would help. The following days and nights were a time of quiet seeking. Rowan explored the beautiful, sprawling caverns of the Emberhold with his companions. The fox was his constant guide, its cheerful chirps echoing in the vast spaces. They discovered rooms where the glow embers pulsed in different colors, creating symphonies of light. They found libraries of glowing lichen that told stories in patterns of light and shadow. They rested by the star pools, eating sweet, glowing berries that tasted of moonlight and peace. Yet the heartstone remained elusive. Rowan began to understand that it would not be found by frantic searching. it would be found by listening. So he began to sit in silence in different parts of the cavern, holding his own keystone, feeling its pulse and trying to feel for an echo, a deeper song hidden beneath the beautiful harmony. During one of these moments of deep quiet, sitting in a small grove of light blossoms, he felt a tug, a faint, discordant thrum that was out of sync with the rest of the Emberholt. It was a note of deep loneliness. He opened his eyes and saw the silver fox watching him, its head cocked. It had felt it too. They followed the feeling, a thread of sorrow woven into the song of light. It led them down a narrow passage they had passed many times before, thinking it a dead end. But this time, urged by the faint pulse of wrongness, Rowan pressed his hand against the wall. To his surprise, it shimmered and became insubstantial, like a curtain of mist. On the other side was a tiny, secluded chamber. And in its center, on a pedestal of pure crystal, sat the Heartstone. It was larger than the others, and its light was not a warm gold, but a dull, weary gray. It pulsed slowly, painfully out of rhythm with the vibrant life of the Emberholt. It was surrounded by a palpable aura of deep sleep and profound isolation. Rowan approached it slowly, his own keystone glowing brightly in his hand, beating in a quick, anxious rhythm. He understood now. The Heartstone wasn't broken, it was lonely. It was the source of all connection, and in its solitude, it had forgotten how to connect to anything else. He did not try to grab it or force it to wake. Instead, he sat before it, just as he had sat with the fox in the brambles. He placed his own glow ember on the pedestal next to it. He simply sat and he listened. He poured all his feelings into the silence, his own former loneliness, the joy of his friendship with the fox, the awe of discovering this hidden world, his deep desire to help. He was a bridge offering the connection the Heartstone had lost. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the gray stone flickered. Once. Twice. It gave a weak, thready pulse. Rowan's own ember glowed in response, its light stretching toward the Heartstone like a comforting hand. The silver fox, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, crept forward. It chirped a soft, encouraging sound and nuzzled first Rowan's hand, and then bravely the dormant Heartstone itself. That was the key. It was not about one person or one act. It was about the friendship, the shared purpose, the woven tapestry of their connection. Rowan placed his hand on the Heartstone. It was cold. He poured his warmth into it, not the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a hearth, the warmth of home and belonging. The fox pressed its warm body against his side, adding its own unique magic to the moment. A shiver went through the Heartstone. The gray light flaked away like old ash, revealing a core of the most brilliant, warm, golden light Rowan had ever seen. It swelled, brightening the small chamber until it was almost too bright to look at. Then it began to pulse. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a deep, resonant beat that vibrated through the very rock, through Rowan's bones, through his soul. It was the heartbeat of the mountain. The sound was picked up by his own keystone, which pulsed in perfect time. Then, from beyond the chamber, they heard it, a wave of light and sound as every glow ember in the Emberholt synchronized with the rediscovered rhythm. The song returned, richer, deeper, and more beautiful than before. The harmony was restored. The transformation was immediate. The light in the caverns grew warmer, brighter. The crystalline flowers bloomed larger, the star pools shimmered with new intensity, and the very air hummed with joy and vitality. The hidden world was awake, fully and completely. Rowan and the fox made their way back to the main cavern. The creatures of the Emberholt were waiting, their faces filled with a joy so profound it needed no words. The old owl dipped its head in a gesture of deep gratitude, and the images that filled Rowan's mind were of thanks, of renewal, and of an everlasting welcome. he would always be a friend of the Emberhold. He spent a little while longer with them, basking in the restored warmth and the happy chirps of his fox friend. But as the first hint of dawn approached, he knew it was time to return to his own world. His task was complete. The fox led him back to the waterfall. At the edge of the hidden world it stopped and chirped, its eyes glowing with affection. It nudged his pocket, where the moon feather and his glow ember rested. Then it turned and disappeared back into the pulsing golden light of its home. Rowan stepped through the waterfall and into the cool, fresh air of the forest dawn. The world outside seemed different. The colors were richer, the birdsong sweeter, as if some of the Emberholt's magic had seeped into the very fabric of the valley. He walked home not with a restless heart, but with one that was full and peaceful. That evening and every evening after, Rowan would sit by his crackling fireplace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady contentment. He would take the glow ember from his pocket, its light now pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, a quiet echo of the Heartstone's song, and hold it in his palm. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the hidden world, the unexpected friendship, and the journey that had transformed his own heart as surely as fire transforms wood. He was still a woodcarver, his hands still more comfortable with wood than with words. But sometimes, on nights when the wind howled outside or the moon was hidden behind clouds, he would see a flash of silver at the edge of the forest. And he would smile, knowing his friend was watching over him, a warm, silent promise in the darkness. And so, by the warmth of his hearth, with the gentle pulse of the glow ember in his hand, and the memory of golden light in his heart, Rowan found a peace that was deep and true. His story was one of quiet growth, of a heart learning to beat in time with the hidden magic of the world, and it was a story that burned steady and true, a gentle light in the vast, beautiful darkness, guiding all who heard it toward restful dreams. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments, the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead, it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the two stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light. Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky, and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantle, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple." Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. "I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. "Reflections crave substance." But when Amira Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leila hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to leave." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Leila knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. You're talking, Mira breathed. And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece, the badger huffed. Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of 63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. Come along then, the others will want to see. The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. Her name is Leora, the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. And you found her heart cup. As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. It's a story keeper, Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory. Her voice dimmed. The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together. Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is. A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. Took your time, the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also. She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. We're being followed. The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. I'm Kayla, she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake. Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Anya who often felt as though she carried a small, cold space inside her chest. While other children laughed and played in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya would often wander alone, her footsteps quiet as falling leaves, her eyes always searching for something she could not name. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Anya sat by her window watching the first stars appear. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a moth fluttering against glass. She slipped from her house and followed a path she had never taken before, one that led away from the warm glow of cottage windows and into the embrace of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees stood like silent guardians, their branches weaving patterns against the deepening blue of the sky. Anya walked until the village sounds faded completely, replaced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Just as the darkness became nearly complete, she noticed something extraordinary, a faint, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of a great oak tree. Kneeling, she discovered a plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves were velvety soft and dark as midnight, but from its center bloomed a flower that seemed woven from captured starlight. Each petal shimmered with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, casting soft patterns of light upon the surrounding moss. As Anya reached out hesitantly, the flower's glow brightened slightly, as if in recognition. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her breath forming silvery clouds in the cool air. Carefully, so carefully, she cupped the blossom in her hands. To her astonishment, it detached easily from its stem, resting in her palm like a living ember. Its light pulsed warmly against her skin, and as she held it, the peculiar coldness in her chest began to fade, replaced by a sensation not unlike sipping hot tea on a winter's morning. With the glowing flower cradled in her hands, Anya noticed something else, a path she was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was bordered by mushrooms that gave off their own soft bioluminescence, creating a winding trail deeper into the forest. The starflower in her hands pulsed a little brighter, as if encouraging her forward. And so her journey began. The path led her through parts of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Ancient trees stood with bark that seemed to shift and change in the flower's light, sometimes appearing as ordinary oak and maple, other times looking like silver-barked sentinels from a forgotten age. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell in silvery pools. At the center stood a creature that made her catch her breath, a great fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Between its paws rested a small, intricately carved box that seemed to be made of polished moonstone. "You found the star nettle," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "Few can even see it, let alone have it respond to their touch." Anya, though startled, found she wasn't afraid. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox replied, "and a guide. It responds to those who carry emptiness within them, not because they are lacking, but because they have space for wonder." The fox nudged the moonstone box forward. "This contains something that has been lost for many turnings of the seasons. The star nettle has chosen you to help return it." Anya opened the box to find a single, perfect feather that shimmered with all the colors of the aurora. As she lifted it, the feather seemed to weigh nothing at all, yet she could feel its importance humming in the air around them. "The forest of whispers is fading," the fox explained sadly. "The memory of magic is slipping away like sand through fingers. This feather belongs to the guardian of the northern lights who has slept too long. Without its return, the balance between worlds will tip, and this forest, and all the magic it contains, will fade into ordinary woods." The fox explained that the journey would take her to the northern meadows, where the sky touched the earth. She would need to follow the star nettle's glow, which would brighten as she drew closer to her destination. There would be challenges, the fox warned, not of monsters or dark forces, but of doubt and loneliness. And so Anya set out, the star nettle pulsing in one hand, the feather resting safely in her pocket. The forest seemed to shift around her, paths appearing and disappearing according to some ancient design known only to the woods themselves. The first night, as she curled beneath the roots of a sheltering tree, Anya discovered the star nettle's second gift. When held close, it emitted a warmth that kept the autumn chill at bay. As she drifted to sleep, the flower's light played across her closed eyelids, and she dreamed of dancing lights in faraway skies. Her journey continued through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and reality. She crossed streams where the water sang soft lullabies as it flowed over smooth stones. She passed through groves where the trees whispered stories of ages long past, their voices like the creaking of old rocking chairs. Sometimes the path would fade and doubt would creep into Anya's mind. What was she doing, a child alone in an enchanted forest? But then the star nettle would pulse reassuringly, and a new path would reveal itself, marked by glowing mushrooms or fireflies that danced in deliberate patterns. After 3 days of travel, Anya came to a place where the forest grew quiet, too quiet. The usual rustlings and chirpings had faded away, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. Before her stretched a bridge made of woven vines and ancient wood, arching over a ravine so deep she couldn't see the bottom. The bridge looked fragile, swaying gently in the breeze. The star nettle's glow dimmed slightly. Anya's heart beat faster. She thought of turning back, of finding another way around. But as she peered into the gloom of the ravine, she realized there was no other path. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, leaving the bridge as the only way forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed one foot on the bridge. It creaked ominously but held. Step by careful step, she made her way across, her hands gripping the vine railings tightly. Halfway across, a wind rose up from the ravine, causing the bridge to sway more violently. The star nettle slipped from her nervous fingers, tumbling down into the darkness below. No, Anya cried, her voice small against the vastness. For a moment she stood frozen, her heart aching with loss. The warmth that had comforted her was gone, and the familiar coldness began to creep back into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had failed. Without the star nettle, how would she find her way? How would she complete her task? But then she remembered the feather in her pocket. She took it out, and though it gave no light, holding it made her feel slightly better. She thought of the great fox's words, that the star nettle had chosen her not because she was fearless, but because she had space for wonder. Perhaps it had chosen her because she knew what it was to feel loss, and thus understood the importance of what she was trying to restore. Steeling herself, Anya continued across the bridge, one careful step at a time. When she finally reached the other side, she collapsed onto the soft moss, breathing heavily. She was safe, but alone in the deepening dark, without her guiding light. As night fell completely, Anya noticed something. Though the star nettle was gone, the memory of its warmth lingered in her hands. And when she held the feather to her heart, she realized that the courage she had found to cross the bridge had come from within herself, not from the magical flower. It was then that she heard a soft sound, a faint pulsing glow coming from further down the path. Hurrying forward, she found the star nettle resting gently on a bed of moss, completely unharmed. It glowed brighter than ever as she approached, as if it had known she would find her way to it. Tears of relief filled Anya's eyes as she carefully picked up the flower. "You came back," she whispered. The star nettle pulsed warmly in response, and Anya understood. The magic wasn't just in the flower. It was in her connection to it, in her willingness to continue even when afraid. Days turned into weeks as Anya journeyed northward. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to dance in the air. The forest changed around her, the trees becoming slender white birches that stood like bones against the gray sky. The star nettle's glow grew stronger with each passing day, its light reflecting off the frost that coated every surface. One evening, as the northern lights began to shimmer overhead like curtains of emerald and violet, Anya emerged from the forest into a wide meadow blanketed in snow. At the far end stood a magnificent creature, a great bird with feathers that shimmered with the same otherworldly light as the aurora above. But the bird stood motionless, its eyes closed, as if trapped in an enchanted sleep. This was the guardian. Anya approached slowly, the star nettle glowing so brightly now that it cast no shadow. She could feel the feather in her pocket humming in recognition. As she drew near, she saw that the guardian looked weary, even in sleep. Its magnificent plumage seemed dimmed, and its breathing was shallow. Remembering the moonstone box, Anya took out the feather. The moment it left her pocket, it floated upward as if caught by an invisible breeze, then gently drifted down to rejoin the guardian's plumage. Where it settled, a soft light spread through the bird's feathers, like warmth returning to cold hands. The guardian's eyes fluttered open, eyes that contained entire galaxies within their depths. It regarded Anya with ancient knowing, then bowed its great head in gratitude. "Thank you, child of the mortal world," its voice echoed in her mind, gentle as falling snow. The forgetting had almost taken me completely. As the guardian stretched its wings, the northern lights above flared into brilliant life, dancing with renewed energy. Colors Anya had never seen before, impossible colors that existed only in dreams, swirled across the sky. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed magic. "The balance is restored," the guardian said. "Because of your courage, the forest of whispers will remember itself. The magic will flow again." Anya felt the cold space inside her chest fill completely, not with magic, but with a deep sense of peace and connection. She had found what she hadn't known she was searching for. The journey home was different. The forest seemed brighter, more alive. Trees she passed seemed to lean slightly toward her, as if in gratitude. Animals she had never seen before, creatures of light and shadow, peeked out from behind trees before disappearing again. The star nettle's glow gradually dimmed as they neared the village, its job complete. When she reached the great oak where she had first found the flower, it pulsed one last time before floating from her hands and reattaching itself to its stem. The glow faded until it was just an ordinary-looking plant once more, though Anya knew the magic was still there, waiting for the next person who needed to find it. The great fox was waiting for her at the forest's edge. "You have done what few could," it said, its autumn-colored fur blending with the falling leaves. "The forest remembers you now. Whenever you need its comfort, it will welcome you." Anya returned to her village as the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in soft white. She slipped back into her house and into her bed without waking anyone. As she drifted to sleep, she could still see the northern lights dancing behind her closed eyelids. The next morning and in the days that followed, Anya seemed changed to those who knew her. The quiet sadness that had often clouded her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet knowing. She still enjoyed her solitary walks in the woods, but now she moved with purpose, as if sharing secrets with the trees. On clear winter nights, when the northern lights were particularly bright, Anya would sometimes slip away to the forest's edge. There she would often see a flash of autumn-colored fur or hear a voice like rustling leaves, and she would know that the magic she had helped save was thriving. And sometimes, when she placed her hand against the bark of certain ancient trees, she could feel a faint, familiar warmth pulsing within, the memory of magic and of a journey that had transformed not just a forest, but a young girl who had discovered that the greatest magic often lies not in extraordinary things, but in the ordinary courage to care for them. As the years passed, Anya became the village storyteller, sharing tales of enchanted forests and northern lights with wide-eyed children. She never spoke of her own journey, but sometimes, when telling particularly magical stories, her hands would cradle an invisible warmth, and those listening would feel an unexplained sense of peace settle over them. On the night she became a grandmother for the first time, as she held her newborn grandchild by the fireplace, Anya noticed a familiar pulsing glow coming from the window. Outside, nestled in the snow, was the star nettle, glowing gently, as if to welcome the new life into a world that still held magic for those who knew how to look for it. And as the baby's eyes fluttered closed in sleep, Anya began to whisper a story of enchanted forests and gentle foxes, of bridges that required courage to cross, and of lights that danced in faraway skies. Her voice wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder that wrapped around the sleeping child like a blanket, ensuring that the magic would continue, passed down through stories and through hearts brave enough to believe in them. Outside, the northern lights danced in celebration, their colors reflected in the falling snow, while deep in the forest, a great fox smiled beneath the ancient trees, knowing that the magic was safe for another generation. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a star nettle pulsed gently, waiting for the next heart that needed its light. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys, carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Silas. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moon-petal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in innate, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moon petals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed, not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. "The world breathes, Silas," Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. "And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours." She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first two delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. "It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen." The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Eris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Eris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of Eris and Thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moonpetal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air, a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willowwood awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Eris, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Silas now felt. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete. The embers sighed their warm, crimson breath across the hearthstones, painting shifting patterns on the worn rug. Outside, a soft rain whispered secrets to the sleeping earth. Tonight, snuggle close, for the story is about Theo, a boy whose heart held a quiet magic, waiting patiently to unfold. Theo lived in a cottage nestled beside the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies on windy nights. He was a gentle soul, thoughtful and kind, but often felt like a tightly furled bud amidst vibrant blooms. He moved quietly, spoke softly, and sometimes, when overwhelmed, a faint, pearlescent shimmer would dance across his skin for a fleeting moment, like moonlight on water. He didn't understand it, and it made him curl inward, wrapping himself in an invisible cloak of shyness. His solace was the neglected patch of earth behind his cottage, a tangle of weeds and stubborn clay. His parents called the barren corner. Theo, however, felt a strange kinship with it. He'd sit on an old, moss-covered stone, tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick, whispering stories to the unseen seeds he imagined sleeping beneath the surface. He felt like one of those seeds himself, full of potential he couldn't quite grasp. One damp afternoon, as Theo sat feeling particularly small and unseen, a peculiar warmth bloomed in his chest. It wasn't anxiety, but something softer, like the first ray of sun after rain. As the warmth spread, he noticed tiny, luminous green sprouts pushing through the hard earth right where his shadow fell. They unfurled delicate leaves that seemed to glow with an inner light. Startled, Theo touched his own cheek. It felt unusually warm, and the pearlescent shimmer flickered again, stronger this time. Was his quiet feeling growing something? The next day he returned. The little sprouts had grown taller, their leaves now of vibrant emerald. He sat beside them, the familiar cloak of shyness settling around him. Immediately the leaves seemed to dull, their glow fading. Theo frowned. He took a deep breath, remembering the warmth he'd felt. He thought of the kindness of Mrs. Willow, the baker, who always saved him the crustiest loaf end. Slowly, tentatively, he smiled. The leaves perked up, their inner light returning, brighter than before. A gasp caught in Theo's throat. The garden, it felt him. This became Theo's secret ritual. He'd visit the barren corner, now his moon garden, and tend to the glowing plants. When he felt brave enough to speak to the grumpy blacksmith's cat, a cluster of tiny bluebell-like flowers appeared, chiming softly. When he helped an elderly neighbor carry her heavy basket, sturdy vines with heart-shaped leaves burst forth, climbing the cottage wall. His own skin shimmered more frequently now, a soft silver-white light that pulsed gently, mirroring the rhythm of his breath. It wasn't frightening anymore, it felt like the quiet hum of life within him. Yet sometimes the old cloak of shyness felt heavy. One evening, overwhelmed after a day filled with loud voices and bustling crowds at the village market, he retreated to his garden. The glowing plants seemed subdued, their light dim. Theo slumped onto his mossy stone, feeling like a failure. The shimmer on his skin sputtered weakly. How could he ever truly bloom if he kept folding in on himself? Seeds don't sprout by worrying about the dark, young sapling. A voice, as soft and rich as loam, spoke beside him. Theo startled. Standing near the cottage wall was an old woman he'd never seen before. She wore a cloak woven from what looked like twilight and moss, and her eyes held the deep, patient calm of ancient roots. In her gnarled hands, she cradled a simple clay pot filled with rich, dark earth. "They simply trust the warmth when it comes," she continued, her voice like a comforting blanket. You can see it." Theo whispered, gesturing to the glowing plants and his own faint shimmer. The woman chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "I see the potential waiting beneath the surface. Like this." She gently tapped the clay pot, empty yet full of promise. "What do you suppose it needs?" Theo thought. "Soil, water, light." "Patience most of all," the woman said, setting the pot down beside him. "And a little faith, your garden," she nodded towards the glowing plants. "It reflects your heart song. Fear dims the light, acceptance lets it grow. Don't fight the unfolding, trust the process like the caterpillar trusts its chrysalis." She introduced herself as Alara, a gardener who wandered the old paths. She didn't stay long that evening, but her words settled into Theo like rich compost. Trust the unfolding. He looked at the clay pot. It felt like a symbol, an empty vessel ready for whatever he chose to grow within himself. Theo began practicing. When shyness threatened to smother him, he remembered the caterpillar in its chrysalis, quiet, patient, undergoing a necessary change. He'd take a deep breath, picturing the warmth blooming in his chest. Slowly, deliberately, he'd try small acts of courage, saying hello first, offering a compliment, sharing his thoughts. Each time his shimmer grew steadier, brighter, shifting subtly from silver white to soft, warm gold. And his moon garden responded. After he spoke confidently to the village elder about a fallen bird's nest, a magnificent sunflower unfurled, its face turning faithfully towards the hidden moon, radiating a soft golden light. One day, feeling particularly bold and joyful after fixing a broken fence for a friend, Theo noticed something extraordinary. The simple wool tunic he wore, once a drab brown, now shimmered with threads of gold and emerald green where the sunlight touched it. It wasn't just his skin anymore, his very clothing reflected his inner state. He laughed, a sound like bells, and the colors deepened, swirling like captured sunlight in a stream. Alara returned periodically, always appearing when Theo felt stuck or uncertain. She never gave direct answers, only gentle guidance, like pointing out how a tightly closed bud needed time before it could reveal its beauty, or how the strongest oak grew slowly, ring by patient ring. She taught him to listen to the subtle language of his garden, to understand that wilting leaves meant he needed rest, that vibrant new growth signaled courage. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered," she murmured one twilight as they watched fireflies dance among the glowing blooms, "but a season to be lived, breath by breath." The seasons turned. Theo's moon garden became a breathtaking sanctuary. Glowing flowers of every hue pulsed gently, vines heavy with luminous fruit climbed the walls, and soft mosses, radiating warmth like tiny suns, carpeted the ground. The once barren corner was now a beacon of gentle magic. Theo himself moved with a new quiet confidence. His shimmer was constant now, a soft golden aura that shifted hues with his emotions, calming blue when he was thoughtful, vibrant green when he felt joy, steady amber when he was calm. His clothes became living tapestries of his inner world. One crisp autumn evening, as Theo stood amidst his creation, a profound sense of peace settled over him. He felt deeply connected to the earth beneath his feet, to the glowing plants, to the quiet pulse of his own magic. He thought of the caterpillar, the seed, the long, patient journey. He thought of Alara's wisdom and the small victories that had led him here. He took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the sleeping woods. As he exhaled, a profound warmth, deeper and more radiant than ever before, blossomed from his core. It surged through him not violently, but like a gentle tide. His golden shimmer intensified, becoming almost blindingly bright for a moment. Then it softened, settling into a warm, steady light. From his shoulders, delicate structures unfurled, not wings of feather or membrane, but intricate, glowing lattices of pure golden light, shaped like the most delicate, ethereal dragonfly wings. They pulsed softly with his heartbeat, casting dancing patterns of light on the glowing leaves around him. Theo gasped, not in fear but in awestruck wonder. He felt lighter, freer, yet profoundly grounded. He wasn't a seed anymore, nor a caterpillar. He was unfolding. Alara stepped from the shadows near the cottage wall, her face a map of gentle smiles. "Ah," she breathed, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, the beautiful becoming." Theo turned, his luminous wings shimmering. What do I do now?" he asked, his voice filled with the quiet awe of dawn. Alara gestured not towards the sky, but towards the garden, towards the village beyond, towards the vast, whispering woods. "You tend the garden," she said softly. "You share your light, you help other seeds find their courage. Your transformation, young one, isn't an ending. It's the very first page of a new story." She placed a gentle hand on the clay pot, now overflowing with rich soil, and a single, determined seedling pushing towards the moonlight. "The journey continues, one patient, golden breath at a time." Theo looked at his glowing wings, at his radiant garden, at the patient seedling in the pot. He felt the steady warmth within him, the deep connection to the living world around him. He wasn't afraid. He felt ready. He took another deep, slow breath, feeling the gentle pulse of his light wings, and smiled. The garden glowed brighter in response, a silent chorus of understanding. The embers in the hearth crackled softly, casting long, comforting shadows. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean and full of quiet promise. Theo's gentle metamorphosis was complete, and the beautiful, patient journey of his becoming had truly just begun. The cocoon had opened, revealing not just wings, but an entire world waiting to be explored with a newly opened heart. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry, what troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song, its light is fading, it feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. But why? Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell, it is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. "The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil," she watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic. The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss beetle sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elder Bark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky.